Good morning, everyone, and welcome to our live coverage of the latest mission from Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. I'm Will Robinson Smith. I'll be providing our commentary for the duration of this coverage. We're broadcasting, as we always do, from the Spaceflight Now News Center here at NASA's Kennedy Space Center. Our Spaceflight Now editor, Stephen Young, is running the technical operations of the broadcast. Our Adam Bernstein is out preparing to track the rocket this morning, do some still photography as well. Michael Kane has the morning off, but maybe popping into the live chat. Our friends Pete Carson's with Max Q Productions and Chuck and Jen Briggs with C&J Images are also ready to support the tracking of this mission. Speaking of Chuck and Jen, we have some great footage or video from them live right now. In addition to tracking the rocket once it launches, they've also got their eyes on this little beauty over here. You can see NASA's Pegasus barge is making its way as we speak towards the turn basin here at the KSC press site. On board, some more materials in support of future Artemis mission launches. Of course, the last time the Pegasus barge graced the turn basin, it had the massive core stage for the second Artemis mission on board. This time around, it features the LVSA, or the Launch Vehicle Stage Adapter, among other items. LVSA coming from the Marshall Space Flight Center, initially up in Huntsville. As we get things going on a Thursday morning, I want to thank the little more than 500, nearly 600 of you who are with us live as we're kicking things off. If you haven't already, we'd certainly appreciate it if you could hit that like button for us, allow some more folks to find their way into our live coverage. Certainly want to thank our wonderful moderator, Clistia Lee, for popping in with us this morning. If you happen to see any of the other mods join us, be sure to give them a shout and say hello. The Brevard County Emergency Operations Center has formally activated in support of this launch attempt today. SpaceX is targeting a T0 liftoff of this Falcon 9 rocket you see there at the heart of Space Launch Complex 40, otherwise known as SLC 40, at 8:35 a.m. Eastern. It's 12:35 UTC for our friends joining around the world. We're also powered by a wonderful channel member community here on YouTube, so thanks to folks like Donald Trammell, of course, Calistia Lee, John Torrance, Carl Northeast, Cappy Cross, Ray M, many others. The Rocket Girl, good to see you this morning. Channel membership comes with a number of perks, including discounts at our online shop, that is shop.spaceflightnow.com, access to member-only videos here on YouTube, and of course, the ability to watch all of our live launch moments from here at the Cape in 4K. Last but not least, if you have a comment or a question about this launch today or other happenings on the space beat, and your comment or question is appropriate to be read on the show, we'd love to bring you into the conversation. And you could do so by using the YouTube Super Chat feature. And not only will you be giving us some interesting things to talk about, but you'll also be supporting what we do here at Spaceflight Now. And that is, as always, very much appreciated. Currently T-minus 55 minutes, 7 seconds and counting. SpaceX now less than 20 minutes away from the point at which the launch director will need to give their go for the start of prop load if they are ready to target the opening of the window today. SpaceX is running its countdown from the Hangar X site at the Kennedy Space Center here. It's the facility where they refurbish Falcon boosters and prepare them for future flights. This is the case with the booster that you see here on your screen. Again, with the launch targeting a T0 liftoff, currently of 8:35 a.m. Eastern, 12:35 UTC. SpaceX does have multiple backup opportunities within its current launch window this morning. It lasts until 12:31 p.m. Eastern. Unlike yesterday, though, SpaceX has not disclosed an additional 24-hour backup opportunity for this mission on its website. So if for whatever reason, perhaps the weather, SpaceX is unable to launch today, we'll have to wait and see when next they are going to pivot to the launch of this Starlink flight. Currently, one of the drone ships from SpaceX is still at Port Canaveral following the unsuccessful landing attempt of B-1062. Right now, the other East Coast drone ship, just with the instructions, is out in the Atlantic Ocean waiting to receive this particular booster. Talk about the flight trajectory in just a few minutes. Well, SpaceX hasn't formally announced a pivot plan. They could decide to shift their focus to making another run at the Polaris Dawn mission. Those 4 astronauts still waiting for their turn to launch. They've been stymied from lifting off due to weather on the backside of their 5-ish day journey. Because it's a free-flying mission, they need to keep a close eye on the recovery weather around the state of Florida. And so that's a particular watch item and the primary reason why we haven't seen that mission launch as of yet is the recovery weather has not been good enough to support a crew landing, or splashdown, I should say, off the coast of Florida. Coming into today's launch opportunity, speaking of the weather, the 45th Weather Squadron forecast about a 75% chance favorable conditions at liftoff, and that's at the start of the window, where they're tracking the anvil cloud rules and the cumulus cloud rule. Picking up where I left off with the weather chat. As mentioned, we start the window with 75% favorable conditions. However, as the day and the window continues on, the chance of favorable conditions drops down to 60%. meteorologists with the 45th Weather Squadron, as of their published forecast yesterday, were also tracking recovery conditions in between the low to moderate range. A bit of a degradation from what we were seeing yesterday, and unfortunately yesterday was bad enough that they were unable to launch, of course, which is why we're back here today. We'll see if things clear up enough between now and launch time for them to proceed forward with this mission. Worth noting as well, as we're continuing to track weather conditions at the pad and in the booster recovery area, the National Weather Service has also put out a formal statement regarding data suggesting there's a water spout the area off of South Patrick Shores, so not too far south of where we are here at the Cape. Currently there is a special marine warning that it spans from the Volusia to Brevard County line all the way down to, gonna get a little hyper-local here, but the Sebastian Inlet, which is, for those who don't know, maybe a little bit broader terms, south of Cocoa Beach, just to a little bit north of Satellite Beach in the Indian Harbor Beach area. Around that ballpark. They did note that a water spout was observed. That parabola also extends up to the pad area here at the Cape, and the trend of that weather shows it moving generally toward this direction. So going to keep a close eye on things there, and any further updates from the National Weather Service located down in Melbourne. Currently T-minus 45 minutes, 58 seconds and counting. SpaceX still publicly is stating that they are targeting that 8:35 liftoff time at the start of the window. As you can see in the wide shot here, though, still quite cloudy this morning. As we continue to track the progress of today's mission, though, let's go ahead and talk about the countdown timeline and the milestones that we are anticipating as SpaceX steps on through the count. Coming up in now less than 10 minutes is the point nominally when the SpaceX launch director will make the call on the start of prop load. It's an electronic pull, so if SpaceX feels like they're in a good position, they can take that pull a little bit early. But once that go-ahead is given, fueling starts at the T-minus 35-minute mark with 2 events. RP-1 is loaded on board the both first and second stages of the Falcon 9 rocket. At the same time, liquid oxygen is loaded on board the Falcon 9's first stage. T-minus 30 minutes, they start loading cryogenic helium onto the pressure vessels on the Falcon 9's first stage. Helium is used to pressurize the main propellant tanks during flight. Same process begins in the second stage, about 4 minutes after that. T-minus 23 minutes, Second stage RP1 load concludes. In T-minus 20 minutes and 50 seconds is the point at which the strong-back chill-down process begins. That visually manifests itself in the so-called big vent that we see at about the 20-minute, 20-second mark. They're thermally conditioning the feed lines prior to second stage LOX load, which is set to begin at T-minus 16 minutes. That's followed up by the engine chill-down sequence at the T-minus 7-minute mark. That involves flowing a small amount of liquid oxygen through the plumbing and turbo pumps. It helps protect the engines from the risk of thermal shock and damage during the startup sequence. About 6 minutes out, the first stage kerosene tank should be full. Then at T-minus 4.5 minutes, the strong back retract sequence begins. That starts with the clamp arms underneath the payload fairings opening up. Then the transporter erector, or the strong back, will recline about 1.5 degrees away from the Falcon 9 rocket. It stays in that position until liftoff. At that point, it pulls back in a much more rapid fashion to clear the way for the vertical climb of the Falcon 9. 3 minutes before liftoff, the first stage liquid oxygen tank is full. About a minute later, second stage LOX tank finishes loading. At that point, the Falcon 9 is fully fueled with 1 million pounds of propellant. In the final 60 seconds, control of the countdown is handed over from the ground sequencer to the Falcon 9's onboard flight computers. The propellant tanks are brought up to flight pressure. Those two events are summed up in a call-out from Mission Control that Falcon 9 is in startup. T-minus 45 seconds, the SpaceX launch director will give their go for launch. The engine ignition command is issued at T-minus 3 seconds. And if all 9 Merlin engines are healthy and ignite, the flight computer will give the command for the hold-down clamps to release the Falcon 9 rocket for a T0 liftoff coming up at 8:35 a.m. Eastern, 12:35 UTC, or weather permitting, T-minus 42 minutes and 7 seconds. We are currently T-minus 40 minutes, 58 seconds and counting. Turning from the weather to forgive the bit of technical issue there we had. Just wanted to pop back in and give you another view of the Pegasus barge as it's cruising on down here to the turn basin, getting ready to deliver some Artemis articles for future missions. At the same time as we continue to track the weather, we are currently in a Phase 1 lightning watch. That impacts the pads over at the Cape side, which is obviously where the Falcon 9 that we're watching this morning is hoping to lift off from. A watch, while certainly a watch item, is not necessarily an impediment to liftoff. That would be more troublesome if it becomes a phase 2 lightning warning. We'll let you know if and when that does change, but just to put a pin in that for now, continue to keep an eye on that. We are coming up on T-minus 38 minutes in about 40 seconds. That's the decision point for which SpaceX needs to make a call on whether it feels like it's going to be in a good position from a launch vehicle standpoint as well as from a weather standpoint to proceed with launching on time at the beginning of the window. Again, things from a weather standpoint are forecast to degrade as the window goes on, so their best chance from a weather standpoint may be now, or if they've got a slightly later time towards the beginning of the window, if they feel like they can thread that needle. And as I speak, we do have a new T0 time of 11:33 a.m. Eastern. We are updating our countdown clock momentarily. Stand by. Again, as you can see with our countdown clock, we are now with the new launch time of 11:33 a.m. Eastern. Currently T-minus 3 hours, 33 minutes, and 3 seconds. As we are continuing to track the, hopefully, weather opportunity for a Falcon 9 launch today, we'll also be keeping our eyes on the Pegasus barge as it makes its way down to the turn basin here at the KSC press site. This delivery for the Artemis program, of course, not the only bit of Artemis hardware that has made its way to the Cape in recent days. The European Space Agency also just this week dropped off the European Service Module that will support the Artemis 3 mission. Of course, that will be the first landing on the moon since the end of the Apollo era. Do you see currently T-minus 3 hours, 30 minutes, 46 seconds and counting. We're currently tracking a Phase 2 lightning watch in the south part of the Cape. So far, that is not impacting the pad that we're currently watching, Space Launch Complex 40. However, we are, of course, keeping a close eye on any developing weather that will impact the launch opportunity directly. Currently, Pad 40 is in a Phase 1 lightning watch, not a Phase 2 lightning warning. Currently, T-minus 3 hours, 27 minutes, 50 seconds and counting. I mentioned the Launch Vehicle Stage Adapter, or the LVSA, for the Artemis 2 mission is on board the Pegasus barge that you see there live in the big box, courtesy of Chuck and Jen Briggs. A couple of other items that are also nestled into the barge are the boat tail for the Artemis 3 mission, as well as the core stage engine section for Artemis 4. So number of items for the first few Artemis missions coming up, all on board this barge, getting ready to be offloaded once it arrives here at the turn basin. As I previously mentioned, the last time that this barge docked here, it offloaded the 212-foot long core stage, which is currently sitting in the transfer aisle of the vehicle assembly building. Because the entire VAB doesn't have a air conditioning system that would be up to snuff for that type of flight hardware in its current condition, there are local environmental controls around the RS-25 engine section of the core stage to help protect it from the Florida humidity. Currently, the Mobile Launcher 1 is still out at Launch Complex 39B, where it's been for the last several months, undergoing various tests and checkouts of the crew access arm, of the emergency egress system, of the sound suppression water system. And that'll need to roll back into the VAB before they really get into the meat and potatoes of stacking the Space Launch System rocket in preparation for the Artemis II mission. Currently on the schedule for NASA, coming up in September of 2025. That is the stated target date, most recently from NASA. However, as the analysis of the Orion heat shield continues to chug along, the stacking timeline may be adjusted depending on what the recommendation is to do with the heat shield on the Artemis II mission, whether to fly it as is or if there's some redesign work that's needed. That'll obviously also play a huge role in the timeline for the Artemis II flight. A fly as is scenario would more than likely preserve a launch opportunity in September of next year, just a year from now, actually. A redesign could significantly shake that up. So we'll see what NASA decides and when they make that decision. Currently T minus 3 hours, 14 minutes, 9 seconds and counting. Got a lovely bit of duality here with the Pegasus barge carrying components for the Artemis 2, 3, and 4 missions. Now entering the frame alongside the Falcon 9 rocket standing at Space Launch Complex 40. In hopes of launching in about 3 hours and 13 minutes. SpaceX hasn't stated the explicit reason for the delay, but it is more than likely a safe assumption that it is weather related, as it was with yesterday's launch attempt. Currently, Pad 40 remains in a Phase 1 lightning watch. The southern part of the Cape seeing a Phase 2 lightning warning. When it is able to launch, the Falcon 9 rocket will add another 21 Starlink satellites to SpaceX's mega constellation of well in excess of 6,000 Starlink satellites in low Earth orbit. This mission is set to be the 61st dedicated Starlink launch so far this year, and the 124th time that SpaceX has launched its Starlink V2 mini satellites. Among the 21 are 13 that feature a direct-to-cell capability, as SpaceX is continuing to build out that part of its constellation in preparation for some beta customer testing to begin. I believe the plan is still later this year through its U.S. cellular partner T-Mobile. This mission will bring the total number of direct-to-cell Starlink satellites launched so far up to 194. Currently T-minus 3 hours, 8 minutes, 34 seconds and counting. Pegasus barge continuing to make good progress as it approaches the drawbridge. A little bit off in the horizon there, which as it makes its way over, we should be able to see some traffic halting and the bridge going up to support the Pegasus barge safely passing through as it continues to make its way towards the turn basin here at the press site. Currently T-minus 3 hours, 5 minutes, 28 seconds and counting. As Stephen was reminding me off mic, the bridge that it's approaching is the Roy D. Bridges Jr. Bridge, named for the former astronaut Roy Bridges, also former KSC Center Director. You can see the Roy D. Bridge Jr. Bridge is now coming up. So traffic on either side obviously halted as the Pegasus barge continues to cruise on down. Making some good headway as it cruises from Port Canaveral over to the turn basin here at the KSC press site. Eventually, of course, we'll lose visibility on one side and pick it up as it comes down the waterway here. See, we have a few people that have just joined us here for our live launch coverage of the Starlink 8-11 mission. If you're just popping in, I'm Will Robinson Smith, reporter with Spaceflight Now, and while you may have had it on your phone alarm that the launch was scheduled for 8:35 a.m. Eastern, 12:35 UTC, as you can tell by our countdown clock, that has unfortunately changed, as weather conditions are such that SpaceX is now targeting a liftoff of the Falcon 9 rocket from Pad 40, or Cape Canaveral Space Force Station, at 11:33 a.m. Eastern. 11:33 a.m. Eastern, that is 15:33 UTC for our friends joining around the world. Weather here at the Cape, as well as in the recovery area, has been less than optimal this morning. Coming into this launch opportunity, per their forecast published yesterday, the 45th Weather Squadron forecast just a 75% chance of favorable weather at liftoff, citing the cumulus cloud rule and the anvil cloud rules as watch items. The booster recovery area, meteorologists say, was charting between the low to moderate levels on a scale of low, moderate, and high. Wednesday's launch opportunity, of course, was scuttled due to weather in the recovery area not being suitable for a booster landing. SpaceX hopes to launch and land the booster tail number B1077 with this mission. This will be its 15th flight and 15th landing, of course, if successful. The SpaceX drone ship, a shortfall, or excuse me, just read the instructions, is out in the Atlantic waiting for this booster to land. A shortfall gravitas, meanwhile, is here at Port Canaveral, following the unsuccessful landing attempt of B1062 after its record-setting 23rd launch and 23rd landing attempt. Currently T-minus 2 hours, 59 minutes, 30 seconds and counting. Want to welcome our newest channel member, Debbie Lane, joining us at the pad leader level. Welcome aboard, Debbie. We're glad to have you with us. As a reminder, channel membership comes with a number of perks, including discounts at our online shop, that is shop.spaceflightnow.com, access to member-only videos, and of course, the ability to watch all of our live liftoff moments here at the Cape in 4K. If you're perusing our shop, you'll notice the Crew 9 embroidered mission patches, which are still available to purchase. And you can still find them in the original Crew 9 variant. I say variant now because if you've not been keeping up with the comings and goings of the commercial crew program, NASA pulled 2 of the Crew 9 members off of that mission, Commander Zena Cardman and Mission Specialist Stephanie Wilson, who will now no longer fly aboard the Crew 9 flight up to the ISS alongside NASA astronaut Nick Hague and Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander Gorbanov. Those 2 will fly without their companions in order to leave room for Starliner crew flight test commander and pilot Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams, respectively. NASA made the decision to return the Starliner spacecraft in an uncrewed configuration, with an undock planned for Friday late evening and a touchdown at White Sands, New Mexico, just after midnight on Saturday morning, assuming the weather cooperates. That means that Butch and Sonny will return on the Crew Dragon spacecraft in the February timeframe, along with Nick and Alex. You can see the Roy Bridges Bridge is now lowering once again, now that the Pegasus barge has safely made its way through, continuing on its journey. NASA has not announced a new assignment for Zena and Stephanie. Presumably they will be reassigned to future Dragon missions as those become available, though NASA's already announced the crew for the Crew 10 mission. So the earliest potentially they would be flying would be Crew 11, which would launch around the August time frame, 2025. Looking at the clock, it's 8:36 a.m. Eastern here in Florida. Around the original timeline, we'd be a minute into flight with this Falcon 9 rocket, though you can see it's still firmly on the ground over at Space Launch Complex 40 as SpaceX punted from the opening of the window to pretty deep into it. They did not state a reason for the shift. However, weather has been less than optimal for a launch opportunity today. And unfortunately for SpaceX, things don't improve per the forecast of the 45th Weather Squadron later in the window. So that forecast was put out yesterday. We'll see how much, if at all, it has shifted from then to now. currently T-minus 2 hours, 42 minutes and counting regarding the Starlink 8-11 mission. As we await the launch here and continue to watch the weather offshore, as we mentioned a little bit ago, the Polaris Dawn mission also looking to find some good enough weather that it can both launch and land the Dragon Resilience capsule. That Falcon 9 still waiting over at Launch Complex 39A. In the meantime, though, the Polaris team has been keeping busy. If you've been following them on social media, you'll know that they've been doing a series of exercises and drills to keep their mind and spirits sharp. For example, Scott Kid Poteet, who is the mission pilot, also an avid sportsman and an Ironman athlete, mentioned that he completed a 20.24 mile run around Pad 39A in honor of this being the year of the Dragon. A little bit of a fun fact from him notes that one lap around the pad is about 1.7 miles, and that when the Polaris Dawn mission launches, that their Dragon capsule will cover that same distance in about 4 seconds. As a team, the Polaris Dawn crew have also been doing some aviation drills in their Ghost Squadron Alpha jets. You can see some photos that were published from a pad flyby captured by John Kraus. See in the bottom right-hand corner of this image here, Falcon 9 rocket supporting the Polaris Dawn mission, standing as it still is in the launch configuration out at Launch Complex 39A. This shot a great image of Patrick Space Force Base down there below in that airstrip. You can see a little bit further up in the frame, a little bit, or actually pretty much all of Satellite Beach down to Indian Harbor Beach. A good shot of the Indian River Lagoon off to the right there. Very important waterway for not only Brevard County, but the state of Florida as well. A lot of biodiversity in this neck of the woods. Important not only for juvenile sea turtles, but also for the manatee population. A lot of important water health restoration work has been done over the last several years to improve the water clarity in the Indian River Lagoon to allow for seagrass to begin to naturally regrow in order to support the manatee population and some of the other marine life that exists within the lagoon. You got this final photo here. Of course, flying back around again, Pad 39A. These photos captured by John Kraus on Tuesday morning. So tip of the hat to John and the Polaris team for capturing these images, sharing them with us as we all await for the hopefully soon launch of the Polaris team. Again, that is weather dependent, naturally partly on the launch conditions, but also very importantly on the splashdown conditions for the end of the roughly 5-day flight of this free-flying Dragon mission. Currently T-minus 2 hours, 37 minutes, 5 seconds and counting. Still in a Phase 1 lightning watch for Pad 40 right now. Phase 2 lightning warning remains in effect for the lower or southern part of the Cape. As we are continuing to track the progress of this launch opportunity today, I'll echo the sentiment of our wonderful moderator, Callistia Lee, in the live chat. If you wouldn't mind hitting that like button, it allows more folks to find their way to this live coverage both now and in the future, and that would be greatly appreciated. In the realm of spaceflight, not here but elsewhere, last night also marked the final launch of a Vega rocket down in Kourou in French Guiana. That launch vehicle sending up a Sentinel-2C Earth-observing satellite on behalf of the European Commission. This was the final flight of a rocket that began launching back in 2012. Paves the way now for the turnover to the Vega C rocket, which has flown twice and encountered an upper stage issue during its second flight, and it's still on the path for a return to flight mission coming up in the not too distant future. Successful liftoff at 10:50 local time down in French Guiana, about 9:50 here on the East Coast. It was about 12 minutes after liftoff that the folks on the ground were able to acquire signal from the Sentinel-2C spacecraft, so a successful mission by all accounts at this point, and now the spacecraft will enter into a roughly 3-month commissioning period where they will do some checkouts before it starts to gather its full scope of data. Sentinel program operates in a 2-satellite configuration, and so Sentinel-C will eventually take over the duties of Sentinel-2A. In the future, a Sentinel-2D spacecraft will launch to take over for Sentinel-2B, and so on. Currently T-minus 2 hours, 33 minutes, 22 seconds and counting to the planned launch of the Starlink 8-11 mission, assuming weather eventually decides to cooperate. Taking a look at the live chat here, want to note Rocket Prophet marking 20 months as a Spaceflight Now channel member. Appreciate you sticking with us, Rocket Prophet, and giving a shout out to the live stream moderating team, saying y'all rock, and I will second that. Our moderation team, headlined today by Callistia Lee, is, I would argue, second to none. Currently T-minus 2 hours, 29 minutes, 30 seconds and counting. Thank you to Callistia for drawing my attention to the fact that Stephanie B was here earlier as well. So thanks as always to Stephanie for helping out with moderator duties as well. T-minus 2 hours, 23 minutes and counting. Bit of positive news on the weather front. The Phase 2 lightning warning has been dropped for all areas of KSC and the Cape. I mentioned that there was that Phase 2 down in the southern part of Cape Canaveral Space Force Station that has now been allowed to lapse. So perhaps a sign that things are trending in a good direction here for this launch opportunity of the Starlink 8-11 mission. 21 Starlink satellites on board. Taking a look at our live chat here. Want to thank Ramraj MGV for a 20 rupee super chat. Appreciate that support, Ramraj. As we are approaching about quarter after the hour here on the East Coast, just a bit of housekeeping to let you all know about. As tends to be the case these days, there's never just one thing happening on the space beat. There's always a few different intersecting items. Of course, we are continuing to watch the waterways for the arrival of the Pegasus barge with equipment for the Artemis 2, 3, and 4 missions. Also, unrelated to that, though, because the launch is now slipping later into the window, I will unfortunately have to step off the mic in about 15 or so minutes, as I'm needed for a reporting assignment a little bit later this morning, which be sure to keep your eyes on our social channels for updates on that. But when I do have to step away, I will leave you in the more than capable hands of our Spaceflight Now editor, Stephen Young, who will take over commentary duties for the duration of this live coverage. So rest assured, this live stream will not be going away as long as SpaceX continues to target a launch this morning of the Starlink 8-11 mission. You will just be hearing a different voice during the countdown liftoff and lead up to that. Currently T-minus 2 hours, 19 minutes and counting to a launch liftoff of 11:33 a.m. Eastern, 15:33 UTC for those joining around the world. SpaceX does have launch opportunities in this window that last until 12:31 p.m. Eastern or 16:31 UTC. As you can see in this wide shot here, though, while the Phase 2 lightning warning has been allowed to expire for the southern part of the Cape, you can see the clouds that have been hanging around here are still very much in the neighborhood. Something that, of course, SpaceX and the 45th Weather Squadron, as well as we here at Spaceflight Now, are continuing to track and keep an eye on. If for whatever reason SpaceX is unable to launch today with this mission, though, you might still be in luck as far as catching a launch this Thursday. SpaceX also has another mission on the docket. That is the launch of the third batch of the National Reconnaissance Office's so-called proliferated architecture on a mission dubbed NROL 113. That's set to lift off from Space Launch Complex 4 East, or Slick 4E, over at Vandenberg Space Force Base in California. Launch window for that operation opens up at 8:20 p.m. Pacific. If needed, there are backup opportunities on Friday starting at 7:58 p.m. Pacific. Tonight, though, that window opens up again 8:20 p.m. Pacific. That is 11:20 p.m. Eastern, or 03:20 UTC. The booster supporting that mission set to launch for a 20th time. Currently T-minus 2 hours, 13 minutes and counting. As I was just mentioning a few minutes ago that the Phase 2 lightning warnings had lapsed. Perhaps I spoke a moment too soon, as Phase 2 lightning warnings now back at one part of the southern part of Cape Canaveral as well as down in Port Canaveral. So conditions have not fully improved here, and there's some evidence that they're still lingering. As we are tracking this mission as well as the outlook for Polaris Dawn, which relies on a good 5-day weather outlook for the splashdown around the coast of Florida. Want to bring in this image from the National Hurricane Center. Shows their 7-day, as you can see at the top of this graphic, 7-day graphical tropical weather outlook. We've got quite a bit of activity happening in the tropics right now. The blob with the X and the arrow pointing to the blob in the center of your screen just north of the islands there, that is described as disturbance 5, which according to the National Hurricane Center as of 8 a.m. this morning has a 10% chance of forming into a cyclone within the next 7 days. National Hurricane Center says, and I'll quote them here, strong upper-level winds are expected to limit development of this system during the next few days while it moves west-northwestward at 10 to 15 miles per hour. By early next week, environmental conditions could be more conducive for some slow development while the system moves west-northwest over the southwestern Atlantic Ocean. So still a ways out, still early in the development phase. Taking the camera here, you can see the Pegasus barge from our cameras here at the press site passing in front of pad 40 as it continues its journey over here to the turn basin at the KSC press site. So we should be able to see a little bit more of it in our wide camera coming up in the next several minutes. We'll continue to keep our eyes out for that as it makes its way on down a little bit closer to here. Taking a look at our live chat here now, T-minus 2 hours, 5 minutes, 28 seconds and counting. I want to thank SG for a $3 super chat. Good to see you again this morning, SG. Hope you're doing well. And thanks to moderator Clistia Lee for gifting 5 Spaceflight Now memberships. Appreciate that generosity. And to our newest 5 channel members, welcome aboard. We're glad to have you with us. If you haven't already, be sure to thank Clistia in the live chat. And we hope you enjoy your time here as a channel member. We are currently T-minus 2 hours, 2 minutes, 45 seconds and counting. As I mentioned about 15 or so minutes ago, unfortunately, I'm going to have to step away from the mic at this point, but I leave you in the more than capable hands of my colleague and Spaceflight Now editor, Stephen Young, who will be picking up commentary duties from here through the duration of this live launch coverage. Again, just as a point in time marker, it is the bottom of the hour. SpaceX currently still targeting at T0 liftoff at 11:33 a.m. Eastern, 15:33 UTC. A Phase 2 lightning warning still in effect for part of the southern part of the Cape as well as Port Canaveral. A Phase 1 lightning watch remains in effect for Pad 40 over at the Cape. As you can see in this wide shot here, the clouds still hanging around, but we are seeing a bit more sun peeking through in the last several minutes. So hopefully things will trend in a positive direction as we get closer to SpaceX actually making a decision on whether they are ready to move forward with this launch opportunity or not. Again, just because I'm stepping away from the mic doesn't mean our live coverage is ending. Again, Stephen Young will be picking up commentary duties, and I'll be back with you again later on tonight for the launch attempt of the NROL 113 mission, set to launch from Vandenberg Space Force Base no earlier than 8:20 p.m. Pacific, 11:20 p.m. Eastern, 0320 UTC. Till then, appreciate all of you who are joining with us live. Be sure to hit that like button as we continue our live commentary and coverage. And before you know it, the Pegasus barge is going to be cruising on into the Turn Basin, and we'll be sure to bring you those live pictures as well. as you can see. As a matter of fact, there's the Pegasus barge. Tears must have been burning. So at this point, I will bid you all adieu and leave you with a Truman Show quote of good morning, and if I don't see you later, good afternoon, good evening, and good night. I turn the mic over now to Stephen Young, the rest of our commentary duties.
Thank you, Will, and I know you're sorry to be leaving us at this point in the broadcast, but you do have an exciting assignment ahead of you that we've been working on for many, many months. So Will will no doubt be posting things on social media, so keep an eye on that to get an idea of what he's up to this morning. And if you're a member of our YouTube channel, you can go to our Discord, and we'll have some behind the scenes photos there later today, so you can see exactly what Will is doing while he's away from the commentary desk. So with the countdown now less than 2 hours to launch again, we'll continue to track the progress of the Pegasus barge as it nears the turn basin here at the Kennedy Space Center press site, bringing hardware for the Artemis program to the spaceport. Liftoff of the Starlink 8-11 mission remains scheduled for now at 11:33 a.m. Eastern Time. If you're just joining us, on the left of your screen in the big box is the view of the Pegasus barge as it approaches the Kennedy Space Center turn basin near the vehicle assembly building at the press site where we are located. And on the right side of the screen, you're looking at a live view of Space Launch Complex 40 at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. That's where SpaceX is counting down to the launch of a Falcon 9 on the Starlink 8-11 mission. That launch was originally scheduled for yesterday, but delayed due to weather in the recovery zone. This morning, SpaceX pushed back the launch from 8:35 a.m. to 11:33 a.m. We believe due to weather. There was some stormy conditions offshore to the south of the spaceport, and that weather included a water spout that was reported by the National Weather Service earlier. There were also cumulus clouds in the area. That is one of the watch items that the 45th Weather Squadron pays close attention to. One of the roles that relate to the possibility of a lightning strike triggered by the rocket itself potentially during launch. Most of the weather roles are concerned with the risk of lightning. The Pegasus barge, which is barely visible now behind the tree line as it heads north up the Indian River Lagoon, the Banana River, is carrying hardware for the Artemis program, NASA's moon landing effort. And it will be arriving here at the turn basin shortly. We'll bring you views of that as we continue to wait for the launch of the Starlink 8-11 mission. We're currently at T-minus 1 hour, 52 minutes, and 33 seconds. As you can see in our wide view of the launch pad, conditions have brightened here. However, still a lot of cloud in the area and some stormy conditions to the south of the pad. You can see some of that weather here in the feed from the Range Weather Squadron. The southern areas of the Cape have been under lightning warnings. so far those warnings have not extended as far north as pad 40, but if there is lightning in the area, that would be a potential constraint to launch. So currently the pad is in a phase 1 lightning advisory watch that indicates there's the possibility of lightning, but none is currently forecast. As we continue to track the progress of the Pegasus barge, you could just see it moving behind those line of trees out on the horizon. Just moving into the left side of the frame. The barge is carrying hardware for the upcoming Artemis 2 mission. It's carrying the launch vehicle stage adapter. It's a cone-shaped structure that sits on top of the core stage. It's also got hardware for Artemis 3 and Artemis 4. It's got the core stage boat tail for Artemis 3, and the core stage engine section for Artemis 4. Assembly of the Space Launch System rocket for those missions will be transferred to here at the Kennedy Space Center. The manufacturing of the components will continue to be performed at the Michoud facility in Louisiana. The press site flag now visible in our camera view here. The Pegasus barge approaching the turn basin. You can now see the barge making its way down the canal that leads to the turn basin. The turn basin was part of the original Space Center infrastructure back in the Apollo program. Apollo Saturn V hardware was barged here to the Space Center. Was later used in the shuttle program for receiving the external fuel tanks for the space shuttle. We're continuing to track the countdown for the launch of the Starlink 8-11 mission, currently scheduled for 11:33 a.m. Eastern Time. There is some weather in the area off right on the coast. the southern part of the Space Center, it does appear to gradually be moving to the north. There's an hour and 40 minutes until the planned liftoff, so hopefully that weather will have cleared in time for SpaceX to start propellant load for this launch. They do also have some additional launch opportunities before the window closes today. There are backup opportunities just a few minutes after the current T0 at 11:35 and 11:45, 11:47, and then the final opportunity of the day, as we currently understand it, is at 12:31 Eastern Time. Looks like the Pegasus barge has a security escort. You can see the flashing lights of the security patrol boat moving ahead of it. Once again, that barge is bringing hardware for Artemis program. If you're joining us for the launch of the Starlink 8-11 mission, we're bringing you split screen coverage here. On the left side of your screen in the big box is the arrival of the Pegasus barge, bringing hardware from NASA's Marshall Spaceflight Center and the Michoud Assembly Facility. And on the right-hand side of your screen, you're looking at a live view of Space Launch Complex 40, where SpaceX is attempting to launch 21 Starlink satellites, including 13 with direct-to-cell capabilities. That launch was scheduled for yesterday, but was delayed due to weather in the recovery zone out in the Atlantic off the shore of the Carolinas. And today, liftoff was originally scheduled for 8:35, but SpaceX slipped that time to 11:33, we believe due to the weather, which was quite dynamic earlier today with a water spout being reported off the shores of Satellite Beach, and which is just to the south of the point of the Cape. Weather conditions to the west of the Space Center are looking fairly good. Most of the weather of concern is right offshore on the tip of the Cape and to the south offshore. Earlier today, there were clear violations of the cumulus cloud rule. Yesterday, as I said, the main concern was the weather in the recovery area offshore where the drone ship is stationed. In a forecast issued yesterday by the 45th Weather Squadron, they continued to list recovery weather as a possible problem. They gave it a low to moderate risk. We've not heard anything specific from SpaceX on weather conditions at that landing zone. Currently, much of the spaceport is in a Phase 1 lightning warning. That's really a lightning watch. It's that lightning is forecast. The next step up, the Phase 2 lightning warning, is more of a concern that lightning is imminent, and requires workers at the Space Center to take cover and not be in an exposed outdoor area. We're now less than 90 minutes from the planned launch of the Falcon 9. As you can see, the Pegasus barge is making good progress as it works its way down the canal of the Turn Basin. It arrived at Cape Canaveral a few days ago. Pegasus barge entering the turn basin with the Polaris Dawn, Falcon 9 and Dragon on the pad at Launch Complex 39A in the background. We're hoping to hear more about the launch date for the Polaris Dawn mission. Much of that does relate to the weather too. They're looking at the recovery weather 5 days out, with the Polaris Dawn mission in a free orbit, not docked to the space station. They have to be sure when they launch that the weather conditions will be acceptable for a splashdown at the end of the mission, because they don't have the option of extending like space station crews do. They can just remain aboard the station until weather conditions improve. But the Dragon for Polaris has a limited number of consumables on board, and they have to be confident that the weather conditions will be acceptable for a landing at the end of the mission. So currently that launch is probably scheduled for no earlier than the 8th. However, another factor is the drone ships that SpaceX uses to recover the Falcon 9 first stage boosters. One of their 2 drone ships based here at Port Canaveral suffered some damage in a crash landing of booster 1062 last week, and they're working to get that drone ship operational again. It remains important. So with only one drone ship available, if today's Starlink mission launches, there's another constraint to the Polaris Dawn mission, in that they will have to get that drone ship back from the recovery zone and turn it around and get it back out there about 250 miles off the South Carolina coast from Charleston, South Carolina, and have it ready and in position for the Polaris Dawn booster to land. Fortunately, those 2 landing zones for the Starlink and the Polaris Dawn mission are fairly close to each other. So should the Starlink not launch, they also have the possibility of moving, just read the instructions, to the Polaris Dawn landing position. So a lot of factors being juggled by SpaceX as Mother Nature throws a number of challenges their way. Now less than 1 hour 19 minutes to the next launch opportunity for the Falcon 9 and the Starlink 8-11 mission. You can see the full length of the Pegasus barge. Was originally used to transport space shuttle external fuel tanks, and was modified to carry hardware for NASA's Artemis program. Most recently, it delivered the core stage of the Space Launch Systems rocket for the Artemis 2 mission, which at present is scheduled for September of next year. Once in the turn basin, they actually use it for the purpose it was named after by turning the barge. The doors of the barge are located on the right-hand side there, where the fabric cover is closing off that opening to the inside of the barge. So they'll rotate the barge in the turn basin and get it into position to bring it to the dock that is located here at the press site, not far from the vehicle assembly building and the launch control center. And in our view of Space Launch Complex, NASA photographer capturing some images there of the barge as it pulls into dock here. Looks like he's quite close to the rocket, but he's still about 4 miles away. With less than an hour and 15 minutes to the planned liftoff of the Falcon 9 on the Starlink 8-11 mission, SpaceX is continuing to keep a close watch on the weather. Some of the activity that was offshore of the Cape appears to be dissipating a little in the radar images. May also be moving a little further away from the spaceport. Some weather is starting to pop up to the west, but that's currently in the Orlando area at the present time. Taking another look at the Pegasus barge with the press site countdown clock and flag in view. Starting to make its way towards the dock here. Also give you a quick view of the skies here at Cape Canaveral, looking in the direction of the Falcon 9 on Space Launch Complex 40. Still some cloud in the area, but you can see that the press site itself in the turn basin is bathed in sunlight. So much better weather conditions as you move to the west. Getting a view here, a close-up view from Adam Bernstein's camera. The tugs maneuvering the barge into position. It's a delicate operation with such a large vessel. There are two tugs at work here. If you're just joining us for the Starlink 8-11 launch, we're currently awaiting a weather update to see if SpaceX will proceed with the planned 11:33 a.m. liftoff. Meanwhile, in the Turn Basin at NASA's Kennedy Space Center, the Pegasus barge has arrived, carrying hardware for the Artemis moon program. It's carrying gear that will be used for the Artemis 2, 3, and 4 missions. Picked up that hardware from NASA's Marshall Spaceflight Center in Alabama and its Michoud assembly facility in Louisiana near New Orleans. In the background from this view from our camera, which is located just outside our news bureau here at the press site, you can see Launch Complex 39B, where the Artemis missions will launch from. The crew access arm is extended on that tower currently. They've been running tests for some time now on all the different systems of that launch platform and its launched umbilical tower. They've also been checking out the emergency escape slide wire basket system that astronauts would use to escape in the event of an emergency. Tug's now slowing the barge as it nears the dock. We're at T-minus 1 hour, 4 minutes and 55 seconds before the next launch opportunity for the Falcon 9 at pad 40. We'll keep close tabs on SpaceX's countdown and bring you any updates as we get them. Meanwhile, while we wait for that launch, getting some great views of the Pegasus barge as it arrives with its delivery of hardware for the Artemis mission. As you can see from our wide shot, weather conditions continue to improve, looking much brighter in the direction of pad 40, so we'll remain hopeful that weather conditions will be acceptable for launch. There continues to be some activity offshore that bears close attention, but things appear to be trending in the right direction. SpaceX does have additional launch opportunities this morning if conditions do not look ideal for 11:33. You can see the tugs are now approaching the dock where Kennedy Space Center employees are awaiting to assist in the arrival of the barge and its cargo. We are now 1 hour from the launch of the Falcon 9 on the Starlink 8-11 mission. Can now take a look at the rocket from across the river. You can see things have brightened up significantly. This view coming from our friends Chuck and Jen Briggs. Liftoff remains targeted for 11:33 a.m. this morning. The 45th Weather Squadron, based at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station, is keeping a close watch on weather just offshore. But in general, from our layman's view of the sky here at the press site, things do seem to be trending in the right direction. If necessary, SpaceX does have some additional launch opportunities if it decides to wait just a little bit longer for conditions to be optimum for today's mission. The final launch attempt of the day would come at 12:31 if they choose to push back the launch a little further. Meanwhile, at the Kennedy Space Center, we're seeing the arrival of the Pegasus barge, bringing hardware for NASA's Artemis moon program. It's bringing hardware for the Space Launch System SLS rocket that will carry the Artemis 2, Artemis 3, and Artemis 4 missions. If you were expecting to hear the dulcet tones of Will Robinson Smith, he unfortunately had to step away a little while ago to go to another interview opportunity that has been long planned. So he's away on that reporting assignment, and I'm Stephen Young, and I will be providing commentary in Will's place. SpaceX should have just received a weather briefing, and the launch director will be preparing to go into the pole of the launch team. That poll is conducted electronically, so there's no verbal poll like we used to hear on many launches. But for now, as far as we know, liftoff remains scheduled for 11:33 a.m., 56 minutes from now. As we approach the go no go poll that SpaceX will conduct in its Launch Control Center at Hangar X, just like to remind you, if you would please hit the like button and click subscribe so you get notifications when we post new videos. That will really help support our coverage. You might also want to consider making a donation through YouTube's Super Chat feature or by becoming a member of our YouTube channel. We can't do these launch broadcasts without the support of our members and viewers. We would like to thank everyone who's made a contribution to help fund our coverage. This is the second time that that SpaceX has attempted to launch its Falcon 9 rocket on the Starlink 8-11 mission. Yesterday, a launch attempt was scrubbed in the final minutes of the countdown due to poor weather at the landing recovery zone in the Atlantic Ocean off the shore of the Carolinas. The 45th Weather Squadron did list the recovery weather as a possible concern for today's mission as well. But it appeared that today's delays were caused by weather in the local area, although we have not received any updates from SpaceX on the weather in the recovery zones. So as we are now within 50 minutes of the planned launch attempt today, let's take a look at the countdown timeline for this morning's mission. At the T-minus 38-minute mark, the SpaceX launch director should verify the go for propellant load. That's followed by the start of that operation at the T-minus 35-minute mark with the loading of kerosene aboard the first and second stages and liquid oxygen into the first stage. At the T-minus 30-minute mark, the loading of cryogenic helium begins on the first stage. That's followed a few minutes later by the loading of helium on the second stage. That helium is important because it provides the pressurization for the propellants in the Falcon 9's tanks and forces those propellants to move downwards towards the plumbing that leads to the rocket's engines. 23 minutes, the loading of kerosene on the second stage is concluded. That's also known as RP1, a rocket-grade kerosene. At the T-minus 20 minute 50 second mark, the chill down of the strongback lines begins. That becomes clearly evident at about 20 minutes and 20 seconds and some change when we see the so-called big vent from the launch pad strongback structure. That process chills down the feed lines that run up that strongback that is alongside the rocket at the launch pad and provides umbilical connections to the second stage and the payload fairing. That sets the stage for the start of liquid oxygen load at the T-minus 16 minute mark. At T-minus 7 minutes, the Falcon 9 begins the engine chill sequence. That involves flowing a small amount of liquid oxygen through the plumbing and turbo pumps of the 9 Merlin engines on the first stage. This will protect those engines from the risk of thermal shock and damage during the startup sequence. At T-minus 6 minutes, the loading of kerosene on the first stage will wrap up, and the retraction of the strongback structure begins at about 4.5 minutes to launch. That strongback structure reclines to an angle of about 1.5 degrees. It leans back ever so slightly from the Falcon 9, and it will remain in that position until liftoff, when it pulls away in a more rapid fashion to clear the way for the climb of the Falcon 9. At 3 minutes, the loading of liquid oxygen aboard the first stage will be complete, and that will be followed a minute later by the wrapping up of the second stage liquid oxygen load. At this point, the Falcon 9 will be fully loaded with 1 million pounds of propellants. In the final 60 seconds of the countdown, control will be handed over from the ground sequencer to the Falcon 9's onboard flight computers. The propellant tanks will be brought up to flight pressure. If everything is looking good at that stage, the SpaceX launch director will give their final go for launch. And at T-minus 3 minutes, the engine ignition sequence starts. If all 9 Merlin 1D engines ignite and are healthy, the Falcon 9 will lift off at T0 at 11:33 a.m. Just a reminder that at this point in the countdown, the launch director should be conducting their go, no-go poll. We do not receive countdown audio from SpaceX any longer, and as of a few moments ago, there have been no updates provided by SpaceX on social media, but as far as we know, the countdown is proceeding towards the 11:33 launch attempt. So that go-no-go poll should be underway electronically inside the Launch Control Center, which is housed inside the Hangar X facility, which is located about 6 miles west of the launch pad. That facility is also where Falcon 9 boosters are refurbished and prepared for flight. The SpaceX launch team will also be supported by their colleagues at SpaceX headquarters in Hawthorne, California. The company is also preparing for a West Coast launch later today from Vandenberg Space Force Base in California. It's been a busy morning here at the Kennedy Space Center and Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. The Pegasus barge has arrived here at the turn basin at the Kennedy Space Center press site. It's carrying hardware for the Artemis 2, 3, and 4 missions, all components of the Space Launch System rocket. It picked those up at the Marshall Spaceflight Center in Alabama and NASA's Michoud Assembly Facility in Louisiana, and traveled through the Gulf and around the Florida Keys to continue northwards up the coast, the east coast of Florida, and through Port Canaveral into the Indian River Lagoon, the Banana River, and made its way here to the Kennedy Space Center turn basin in the shadow of the Vehicle Assembly Building. We're hoping to see the offload of that equipment, a stage adapter for the Artemis 2 mission. It's also carrying the core stage engine section for Artemis 4 and the core stage boat tail for Artemis 3. We're now less than 40 minutes from the planned launch time for this Falcon 9 rocket. The weather that was developing offshore of Cape Canaveral, literally right on the tip of the Cape, is gradually moving to the south, which appears to be a good sign for this morning's launch. There continues to be a lot of cloud in the area, but conditions have definitely improved from the original launch time, which was scheduled at 8:35 a.m. this morning. At this point, if everything is on track, the SpaceX launch director should be making a decision on whether to proceed with propellant load. That process will begin in about 3 minutes if everything is on track. We're at T-minus 36 minutes and counting. We should be a minute away from the start of propellant load on the Falcon 9. That process will start with the loading of liquid oxygen on the first stage and RP1 rocket-grade kerosene on both the first and second stages. We're still awaiting word from SpaceX on if the launch is proceeding. We'll bring you that word as soon as we get it. So we've reached the point in the countdown where if they are proceeding, they should be starting to load propellants aboard the Falcon 9. If you're joining us expecting to hear from Will Robinson Smith, he was here providing commentary earlier, but he is on another assignment, a particularly interesting one that I'm sure he'll be posting on our Discord channel very soon, some behind-the-scenes images of where he is and what he is doing. It's been a long-planned assignment and not one that we could move, so I have stepped in as his backup for this morning's launch commentary. And I'd appreciate it if you bear with me, because not only am I providing commentary, but I'm also doing all the video switching and technical work behind the scenes to get all the camera feeds hooked up and connected. Also joined this morning by Adam Bernstein, who is working hard out in the field with the cameras, and he'll be tracking the launch. And if you haven't done so already, please don't forget to hit that like button. It really helps us out and brings in a bigger audience for our coverage. Another sign that, oh, and we have just heard that propellant load has started. SpaceX says it's targeting a break in the weather for today's launch. So we have confirmation that propellant load started on the first and second stages with kerosene, and on the first stage with liquid oxygen. That operation began a little under 3 minutes ago. So SpaceX is now locked into the 11:33 a.m. launch time. Another sign that weather has improved here is that the Phase 1 lightning watch that was in place for many areas of the Kennedy Space Center and Cape Canaveral Space Force Station, that watch has now been lifted. So the threat of lightning is greatly diminished. We can just about make out in our view here from the press site through the heat waves some of the vapor that is building on the first stage of the Falcon 9 as that super cold liquid oxygen is pumped aboard. It cools down the fuselage of the Falcon 9 first stage, and when the moist Florida air comes into contact with that cold metal, it creates condensation and vapor that can just about make out through the waving heat that we're dealing with this morning. We should hopefully get a better view soon in Chuck Briggs's camera. The heat waves are not quite so bad in from his location. We should start to see some of that vapor trailing away from the base of the rocket very soon. If you're just joining us, we're now less than 30 minutes away from the planned liftoff of a Falcon 9 rocket carrying 21 Starlink satellites for SpaceX's internet service. About 5 minutes ago, SpaceX began loading the super chilled liquid oxygen aboard the first stage of the Falcon 9. And you can start to see some of that vapor that is being generated from the cold tank of the Falcon 9 rocket in Chuck Briggs's view here. Also becoming much more visible in our press site camera. At this point in the countdown, SpaceX has also begun the loading of cryogenic helium into the first stage of the Falcon 9. That helium is used to pressurize the propellant tanks. Liftoff is scheduled for 11:33 a.m. this morning. SpaceX pushed back the planned liftoff from 8:35 due to the poor weather in the vicinity of Cape Canaveral. A lot of stormy conditions offshore, and in fact the National Weather Service reported a water spout down near Patrick Space Force Base, south of Cape Canaveral. SpaceX has also been keeping close watch on conditions in the Atlantic Ocean, where the drone ship, just read the instructions, is stationed. The Falcon 9 first stage booster is scheduled to land there. Yesterday, conditions were not ideal, and SpaceX had to scrub the launch because of that recovery weather. T-minus 26 minutes and counting at this point. The loading of helium aboard the second stage should be getting underway. Let's take a look at the trajectory for this mission. The Falcon 9 will lift off from Launch Complex 40 at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. It will fly in a northeasterly trajectory, heading offshore along the east coast of the United States. Following stage separation, the first stage will land on one of SpaceX's 3 drone ships. The one on deck this morning is called Just Read the Instructions. The drone ship is stationed about 385 miles downrange in the Atlantic Ocean, about 250 miles east of Charleston, South Carolina. The upper stage will continue on with the Starlink satellites. The ferrying halves will land a little bit downrange from the booster landing zone. SpaceX will use one of its East Coast recovery ships to scoop up those ferrying halves. You can see here this image from SpaceX showing the one half of the payload fairing, the clamshell-like fairing that encloses the Starlink satellites during launch. They descend to a soft landing on the ocean under a parachute or parasail. They're then picked up by one of the recovery vessels and returned to Cape Canaveral for refurbishment. SpaceX estimates it saves about $7 million by picking these payload fairings up and reusing them. We're at T-minus 23 minutes and counting. Liftoff of the Falcon 9 with 21 Starlink satellites remains scheduled for 11:33 with propellant load underway. SpaceX is now locked into that time. It doesn't have the capability of holding or recycling the countdown because of the nature of the superdensified propellants that it uses aboard the Falcon 9. By chilling those propellants much colder than the liquid oxygen used by other rockets, it enables SpaceX to pack in more propellant and get more performance out of the same sized fuel tank. It does, however, mean that the countdown has to be perfectly timed to ensure that propellant remains at the optimum temperature. So if we do encounter any problems in the countdown, SpaceX will have to scrub today's launch and try again another day. But for now, everything remains on track. We'll be shortly coming up on the start of the operation to chill down the propellant lines on the strongback that will be shortly used to load liquid oxygen aboard the rocket's second stage. That frost line on the Falcon 9 gradually creeping up the first stage. You can see the expanding swirl of vapor looking through the heat waves here from our vantage point at the Kennedy Space Center press site. Serves as a useful fuel gauge, giving you an indication of just how much propellant is in the tanks of the rocket. We'll gradually see that vapor wrapping the vehicle creep its way up as the tanks fill. And there we see the first visible sign that that chill down operation is underway on the strongback structure. The start of the so-called big vent. This view is the perfect angle to see that coming to us from our friends Chuck and Jen Briggs, located to the south and west of the launch pad this morning. This chill down operation is ahead of the planned start of liquid oxygen loading aboard the second stage of the Falcon 9. And as you can see, the big vent has now wrapped up, and the start of second stage liquid oxygen loading should now be underway. The loading of kerosene aboard the second stage should have wrapped up a little under 10 minutes ago. The loading of liquid oxygen and kerosene continues on the first stage of the rocket. You can see the frost line and vapor gradually creeping its way up. That's our fuel gauge to determine just how things are going with that load. Those vapors created by the moist Florida air coming into contact with the cold tanks of the Falcon 9's first stage. We'll soon start to see some vapors around the second stage as that operation to load liquid oxygen gets underway. This will be the 15th flight of this particular booster, which has the tail number B1077. Its first launch was a crewed mission just over a year ago, 2 years ago, on October 5th, 2022. It was the Crew 5 mission to the International Space Station aboard the Dragon named Endurance. That mission was also the first time a Russian cosmonaut flew to the station. The next launch for this booster came on January 18th, 2023, with the launch of the GPS Space Vehicle 6 satellites. Launch number 3 was a month later. It carried the Inmarsat 6F2 satellite communications vehicle. That spacecraft did suffer an anomaly after launch. The fourth launch of B1077 was on March 29th, when it launched 56 satellites on the Starlink 5-10 mission. Its fifth flight was June 5th, when it was on its way to the International Space Station again, carrying cargo on the CRS-28 mission. It brought up a pair of rollout solar arrays in the Dragon's trunk. Its sixth launch was the Galaxy 37 satellite for Intelsat. The seventh, eighth, and ninth launches were all Starlink missions. It then moved on to earlier this year to fly Northrop Grumman's Cygnus spacecraft on a mission to deliver cargo to the International Space Station. It was then back on Starlink duty, launching Starlink 6-43, 6-51, 6-63, and 10-4, that most recent launch occurring on July 28th. We're now coming up on the 9-minute mark in the countdown. Let's take a closer look at the Falcon 9 vehicle. It stands 70 meters or 229 feet tall, has a diameter of 3.66 meters or 12 feet. The first stage of the Falcon 9 comprises the bottom 2/3 of the rocket. This first stage booster has flown 14 times before. It's designated 1077 in the SpaceX fleet. At the base of the first stage are the 9 Merlin engines, which burn rocket-grade kerosene and liquid oxygen to produce 1.7 million pounds of thrust. Around that engine compartment are the black carbon fiber landing legs that will be used to touch down on the drone ship. Just read the instructions. Above the first stage is the interstage. This is a composite structure consisting of an aluminum honeycomb core surrounded by carbon fiber. In the inset image, you can see the deployable hypersonic grid fins. These titanium winglets provide stability and steering for the Falcon 9 as it falls back through the atmosphere tail first, like a dart. At the top of the interstage are 3 mechanical latches that attach to the second stage. At first stage main engine cutoff, high pressure helium is used to release those latches, and 4 pneumatic pushes ensure there's a clean separation. The second stage engine nozzle is housed inside the interstage adapter until separation. The upper stage is powered by a single modified Merlin vacuum engine, or MVAC. It's equipped with a large engine nozzle optimized for burns in the vacuum of space. The MVAC engine burns the same propellant mix of kerosene and liquid oxygen as the first stage. At the very top of the rocket is the payload fairing containing the 21 Starlink satellites. The 2 halves of the payload fairing will be recovered a little further downrange from the drone ship. Apologies as I work behind the scenes. As I mentioned earlier, I'm doing double duty here today. We're now getting audio from SpaceX. Now coming up on the retraction of the strongback structure out at the launch pad.
Retract has started.
There we hear confirmation from the SpaceX Launch Control Center that retraction of the strongback has begun. The view in the big box is coming to us courtesy of SpaceX. You can see the clamp arms have opened up on the strongback structure. We'll soon see that strongback retract to an angle of about 1.5 degrees. You'll notice there's a slight discrepancy between the countdown clocks. That's because the SpaceX feed comes to us on a slight delay. Coming up on the completion of propellant load, we should be hearing a couple of calls shortly on that.
Stage 1 lock load complete.
We have confirmation that the loading of liquid oxygen on the first stage has been completed. T-minus 2 minutes. Did not.
Stage 2 locks load complete.
There's the call of loading of liquid oxygen on the second stage is complete. Hoping that weather conditions remain favorable for launch this morning.
Ground gas closeouts.
You can see the venting as the ground gas closeouts are underway. This purges all the propellant lines at the launch pad to ensure at liftoff there's no issues. Coming up on the 1 minute mark and the switch to the Falcon 9's onboard computers.
Falcon 9 is in startup.
And there's confirmation that the Falcon 9 is in startup. 45 seconds.
LD, go for launch.
And we've just had the final go for launch from the launch director. Twenty seconds. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition and liftoff. Liftoff of the Falcon 9 on the Starlink 8-11 mission, and the Falcon 9 has cleared the tower. Falcon 9 has reached max Q, the period of maximum dynamic pressure on the vehicle.
MVAC in flight chill.
Our tracking team had to deal with some clouds in the area, but we were able to follow it thanks to our team of Adam, Pete, and Chuck and Jen. This view coming from Pete Carson, looking through some cloud. Conditions not ideal for observing a launch today. Gonna switch to the SpaceX onboard cameras, which are give you an idea of the cloud cover the Falcon 9 is leaving behind as it climbs away from Florida's Space Coast on this Starlink 8-11 mission. Coming up on separation of the first and second stage, shutdown of the first stage.
Stage separation confirmed.
And impact ignition.
There we see the separation of the Falcon 9 first stage and the ignition of the second stage, the first stage falling away. The onboard camera view from the first stage on the left-hand side of your screen, and on the right-hand side, the Merlin vacuum engine glowing red hot, standing by for payload fairing separation.
Fairing separation confirmed.
You can see those 13 Starlink satellites that are equipped for direct-to-cell capabilities. They stand out because they appear to have white dots on their sides. Looks like they were stacked on top. Now 3.5 minutes into flight, the Falcon 9 second stage is at an altitude of 116 kilometers. The first stage is still climbing. It's not quite reached the highest point. It's forward momentum still carrying it higher, now at 115, 116 kilometers. Start to see the speed of the first stage is declining a little, and we'll see that altitude start to drop as the Falcon 9 reaches the high point or apogee of its path as it heads on a trajectory that will take it to the drone ship, which is located in the Atlantic Ocean off the coast of South Carolina, about 250 miles to the east of Charleston. And it looks like the Falcon 9 has started to descend now. You'll see the speed gradually start to pick up. The next major milestone for the first stage will be the entry burn. You'll see that speed picking up, and that entry burn is vital to slow down the first stage as it re-enters the denser layers of the atmosphere. If it did not slow down, it would burn up. So that burn is particularly important, and that's coming up in a short while here. Second stage continues to build speed, approaching 13,500 kilometers per hour as it races to orbit with the 21 Starlink satellites. About less than 20 seconds to the entry burn. You can see still a lot of cloud cover beneath the Falcon 9 first stage. See that speed gradually building, but the Falcon 9 is about to slam on the brakes.
Stage 1 entry burn startup.
And there we see the ignition of some of the Merlin engines on the first stage. You'll see that speed is dramatically reduced. Falcon 9 now under 50 kilometers in altitude, but the burn is slowing it down. And
Stage 1 entry burn shutdown.
there we see completion of that burn, about a
Both
23-second
vehicles are on a
burn.
nominal trajectory.
The Falcon 9 is heading to the drone ship. Just read the instructions. It's about 385 miles downrange from the launch site. Looks like the Falcon 9 is going to pass through some cloud on its way down to the landing ship.
Stage 1 transonic.
Now traveling less than the speed of sound. An altitude of coming up on 6 kilometers. Still traveling at just over 1,000 kilometers an hour. It's passed through that upper layer of cloud, and conditions now look good. Conditions in the recovery area were an issue yesterday and prevented the launch.
Stage 2 is in terminal guidance.
The barge coming into view here, ignition
Stage
of
1
the
landing burn.
landing burn.
Stage 1 landing leg deploy.
Touchdown, booster 1077 on
Stage
the
1
deck.
landing confirmed.
Just read the instructions in the Atlantic
FTS
Ocean.
saved.
Meanwhile, the second stage continues. We'll see if we hear the call out for second stage engine cutoff. Hopefully we'll see it too.
And back shutdown.
Nominal orbit insertion.
There we have it. Confirmation of the successful parking orbit that will enable the second stage to coast for just under an hour before a very short burn of the second stage. One more burn planned. That burn comes up at about 54 minutes and 48 seconds after launch. It's just a 2-second burn to circularize the orbit of the second stage with its Starlink satellites aboard. The separation of those Starlink satellites should occur at the 1 hour 3 minutes and 42-second point. There's 21 satellites aboard for this mission. While we've been covering the countdown to the launch of this Falcon 9, NASA has taken delivery of some hardware for the Artemis program. That delivery came aboard the Pegasus barge, which is now docked here at the Turn Basin at the Kennedy Space Center press site, which is just a short distance from the vehicle assembly building. Just behind the barge, you may be able to see the tower of the Launch Complex 39B launch pad and the 3 lightning rods that are sticking up there above the roof of the barge. That barge is bringing pieces of hardware that will be used for the Artemis 2, 3, and 4 missions on the Space Launch Systems rocket. That rocket will launch from the pad in the distance there that you can just see. The Artemis 2 mission, which will carry the first astronauts on a voyage around the moon since the Apollo era, is currently scheduled for launch in September of next year, but that's very much a no earlier than date. So as we get ready to wrap up our coverage of the Starlink 8-11 mission, let's take a look at the some of the stats for this mission. It was the 15th flight of Falcon 9 Booster 1077 and the 370th Falcon 9 launch to date. It's also the 85th Falcon 9 launch of this year. It was the 313th Falcon booster reflight, the 88th SpaceX launch of 2024, including Starship and Falcon Heavy, 120th SpaceX orbital launch in the last 365 days. That's a useful metric to track how SpaceX is doing. It's hoping to reach 144 launches this year, but probably will fall short with the problems it's had with the second stage failure a couple of months ago, and most recently the crash landing of a booster on the drone ship, a shortfall of Gravitas, which has sidelined that booster. It was the 204th SpaceX orbital launch from Pad 40 and the 259th overall orbital launch from Pad 40. So this isn't the only Falcon 9 launch that SpaceX has planned for us today. We'll be covering the NRO L113 mission from Vandenberg Space Force Base in California. That mission is scheduled to launch, has a window that opens at 8:20 p.m. Pacific time. It's on a classified mission for the National Reconnaissance Office. So we'll be covering that later. We'll be back for that, to cover that launch. We'll be continuing to bring you views of the activities here at the Kennedy Space Center press site as SpaceX offloads, as NASA offloads the Pegasus barge with its cargo for the Artemis program. And although Will was not here to do commentary, he did catch a glimpse of today's launch, and hoping to bring you that very shortly. So if you were wondering where Will was today, I've got a little spoiler that will give the game away. He did manage to catch a glimpse of the launch and has shared a photo with us that I am trying to bring in right now. As I said, I am performing double duties today to provide commentary and handle all the behind-the-scenes technical matters and video switching, but this might give you an idea where Will was earlier today, where he had to leave us after the launch delay earlier this morning. And as you can see, he did catch a glimpse of the contrail of the Falcon 9 above Launch Complex 39B. So looking forward to finding out what Will's been up to. So if you haven't done so already, make sure you hit the subscribe button, and I'm sure we'll be seeing some content on this channel very soon from that visit Will is making. So it's been a little bit of a struggle to keep up with the chat this morning, with having to perform commentary and manage the video this morning, but I just wanted to dip into that and give a big thank you to everyone who's made a contribution. We had a $3 super chat from SG, one of our regular viewers. Callistia Lee, who's been doing a wonderful job moderating, gifted 5 Spaceflight Now memberships. If you were one of the lucky viewers who received that, please make sure you send Callistia your thanks. We also had a membership gifted by Psychonaut69. Thank you again for your support. Jim Edgar is helping out with a $20 super chat. Will probably will pronounce this a lot better than I will, but Jim Edgar and Lisa Bean watching again from Snoqualmie, Washington. Hope I got that right. He says, go SpaceX. Callistia Lee contributed $20 in addition to the gifts of membership. So thank you again, Callistia. You're really like one of our best moderators and best contributors to the channel. So we really appreciate all that help. Also, a big thanks to Lloyd Green for a $2 super chat. So with that, we can see the strongback is already being raised back into the upright position at launch pad 40. The next launch from Florida could be the Polaris Dawn mission. That is very dependent on the recovery weather and the downrange weather in the ascent corridor in the event of an abort. You can see the Falcon 9 has been sitting there on the pad for over a week now, awaiting the right moment. They have to be sure that they have excellent weather for the eventual splashdown of the Crew Dragon with the Polaris Dawn crew about 5 days after lifting off, and those forecasts have not been good for the past week, and we're waiting to see what the weather brings. But it looks like that launch is probably no sooner than the 8th or 9th. It will also depend on when SpaceX can get a drone ship out to the recovery area so that the first stage booster can make a landing on that ship. So with that, just want to thank Adam Bernstein for setting up all our cameras. He was out here before dawn getting all of that in place so that we could track the launch and bring you these views of the pad and of the arrival of the Pegasus barge with the Artemis hardware aboard. Also a big thank you to Pete Carstens, who battled the clouds to bring us some tracking views, and Chuck and Jen Briggs, who camped out all morning, brought us views of the Pegasus barge coming up the Banana River towards the Turn Basin, and then provided excellent views of the Falcon 9 at the launch pad and the Falcon 9's liftoff. Between our team here, we were able to fight the clouds and bring you some excellent views. So big thank you to them for all their efforts. So with that, I'll wish you a good day and look forward to seeing you all again later tonight for the launch of the National Reconnaissance Office mission from the West Coast. And stay tuned for updates on Polaris Dawn and the eventual launch date for that mission. So for Spaceflight Now, I'm Stephen Young reporting from NASA's Kennedy Space Center.